Municipality and City Council agenda. Today is Tuesday, February 20th. It's 5 o'clock. In accordance with the Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990, if you require a disability-related modification or accommodation to attend or participate in the meeting, including auxiliary aids or services, please contact the City Clerk's office at 310-952-1720 at least 48 hours prior to the meeting. The public may address the members of the City Council on any matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council or on any items on the agenda of the City Council during the designated public comment periods. There will be 2 oral communication sessions, one for agendized items and one for non-agendized items. Public viewing is available by live stream on the city's website. The meeting will be streamed live over the internet via www.carsonca.gov or on YouTube, www.youtube.com/city of Carson, California official YouTube page. Also, you may view it on cable TV, Spectrum 35, and AT&T Channel 99. If you are not able to attend the meeting in person, public comments can be submitted via email. Email can be emailed to the City Clerk's office at cityclerk@carsonca.gov. The cutoff time to submit any email communications is 3 p.m. the day of the meeting. Written communications may be dropped off at the City Clerk's office or in the white box outside of City Hall. The cutoff time to submit any written communication is 3 p.m. on the day of the meeting. Written communications dropped off at the City Clerk's office or in the white box or any email received will not be read aloud at the council meeting, but will be circulated to the City Council members and incorporated into the record. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Rojas.
Present.
Councilmember Deere.
Present.
Councilmember Hicks.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Hilton.
Present.
Mayor Davis Holmes.
Present.
Thank you.
We'll have a flag salute by Councilman Hicks.
Everyone, please stand, face the flag. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I want to welcome my sorority sister, Akila Walker, to do the invocation in the absence of Michael J. Fisher from Greater Zion Church family.
Good evening. Good evening. Yes, my name is Elder Akila Walker, and I stand in the stead of Pastor Michael Fisher, who is the senior pastor at the Greater Zion Church family. Please accept his apologies for his absence, as there was an emergency with his son, and so we share his heart nonetheless in prayer. And so pray with me now. Father, we thank you for the opportunity to lead a city and to guide your people. We thank you, O gracious Heavenly Father, for elected officials that are sensitive to both your voice and sensitive to the needs of the people within the city limits. We ask, God, today that your presence reside in this place, that it is palpable and tangible. And we ask, God, that your presence is so overwhelming that it will cause peace in chaos, that it will give us calm in a storm, that it will cause clarity in confusion. We ask, God, that you speak through the tongues and the mouths of those that will stand or share today in whatever facet. And we pray that whatever is shared, however it is shared, that is done so with the sole purpose to bring resolve, to be amicable, to meet the need of the masses. We thank you that you will be present. We thank you that you will be help, and that you will help us temper not just our emotions, but our answers, our responses, and even the moment. We thank you for these elected officials. Keep them covered, and even after tonight, give them a fresh wind and a double portion of your anointing for all that they will give tonight. In Jesus' name we pray. Praise God and amen.
let our pastor know that we are thinking of him and tell him that you can replace him anytime if he can't make it. Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, any comments on closed session items?
There are none, Madam Mayor.
Madam City Attorney, announcement of closed session items, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The council will meet in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 or D3 and E1 because there is a significant exposure to litigation in one case. The council will meet pursuant to the same Government Code Section but subsection D2 in the pending litigation matter of claim number 9598071052700684926396 related to Los Angeles Regional Water Control Quality Board, and the council will meet pursuant to the same code section in the pending litigation matter of Cam Carson LLC versus City of Carson, case number 20 STCV 16461. That concludes my report.
Thank you. We're going to recess the closed session. Should be back around 6 o'clock. Okay. Thank you. Madam City Attorney? Could you report on closed session, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The council met in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 or D3 and E1 because there's a significant exposure in litigation. In one case, no reportable action was taken. The council met pursuant to the same section, subsection D2, because there's a significant exposure to litigation in two cases. In the matter of LA Regional Water Quality Control Board, claim number 9598071052700684926396 and R4-202.
To our city manager and his entire staff. Just a couple of quick updates from the Sheriff's Department. We had our Civilian Advisory Committee meeting last week. It was real good to discuss with the folks some best ways to deal with some of the specific issues that we have all seen and that we continue to see. And it was just thankful that we have that form of communication to be able to discuss and share our thoughts and ideas. So we're very happy. We're very happy about that and to continue meeting with them. Members of our station last weekend attended the Carson Accountability and Transparency Simon Bowley Civic Awards last week, and they tell me they had a great time and they were happy to be there to support the event. This morning, we had our Coffee with the Cop event at Carson Collab, and so we were happy to be out and just meet some new folks this morning at that event. Tomorrow, we will be starting day one of our Citizens Academy, and so we're looking forward to that, to be able to educate and share information with some of the folks, and we're thankful for all those who will be participating in our Citizens Academy this time around. I spoke to a few of you all about some specific issues and just wanted to let you know we did add some extra patrols in some of those areas that we did discuss, and so we'll be having some more presence in some of those areas that we discussed. We are looking for volunteers, so anyone out there who wants to volunteer, has extra time, or just want to play a part in improving our community, you can work as a clergy volunteer, work the front desk, clerical. If you want to do a volunteer on patrol and just do like patrol checks and be visible, or just help out with community events, feel free to contact our community relations office, and they'll happily get you the information and the application to get you started on being a volunteer. As we all see, it's still raining. And as I said 2 weeks ago, please drive carefully. Want everyone to be safe. Take your time. Please do not try to be in a rush. That concludes my report for this evening. Does anyone have any questions for me?
Thank you, Captain. Are there any questions, comments? Stay dry. Stay safe.
You all stay safe. Thank you.
We're going to go to the podium. We have presentations, and I'm going to ask my MPT to handle number 6. And he's here to do one else. Oh, yeah. Okay. So could you meet me at the down front?
Well, tonight we are last meeting. Our supervisor, her office wasn't able to make it. She had something on her that came up on her schedule, but tonight she sends a representative from Supervisor Holly Mitchell's office. Would you please come and present this to our mayor?
Well, good evening, everyone. It's just such an honor to be here and presenting this to you on behalf of the 2nd Supervisoral District. Were you able to hear me? Okay.
County has big and beautiful too.
We have beautiful scrolls.
Yeah.
So anyway, I want to read this to you, and it's to the Honorable Lula Davis Holmes, City of Carson's first African-American woman mayor elected for Black History Month, and it reads, in recognition of dedicated service to the affairs of the community and for the civic pride demonstrated by numerous contributions for the benefit of all the residents of Los Angeles County. And it's signed by Holly Mitchell and Janice Hahn. Oh.
My supervisor, she knows I love them, and then to get Janice to sign it also, I am just honored for this certificate. I know she couldn't make it last year, but last council meeting, but she did say I have something and I want to present it. My office will present it. So, thank you. I always say I serve the people I love, and I love the people I serve. And it is Black History Month, and I don't always say, I'm a female mayor representing the great city of Carson, who happens to be an African American. But I was elected based upon the people's choice. And so I am pleased to say that I love my city, and this is an honor. And I'm going to have all these framed and put in my office. And I'm so glad you came out.
I'm so glad to be here.
Thank you so much. Give my supervisor, both of them, a hug for me, okay?
I will.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. The County of Los Angeles is one of the last counties and last cities that has an official scroller that actually a calligraphy. So, and they do these by hand. So I don't know if we want to institute that in Carson, but good idea. But and then the mayor is pretty much loved by everybody, and on behalf of like the clergy connection here in the city of Carson, Pastor John Schober from Carson's Hope Community Church is going to present something tonight.
Thank you, Pastor.
I don't know, how do you compete with that? But like God does, he always deals with the heart. And it's such a pleasure to be up here because I've seen Mayor Lula's heart in the things that she does in the city. And as we got connected with her, she really reached out to the pastors to connect with them, and to me on a personal basis too with the things that we got going on. But I'd like to read the letter that I wrote for you. It says, this letter is to honor Mayor Lula Davis Holmes in her effort to engage with the pastors of Carson with the purpose of building a lasting relationship and teamwork in order to meet the physical, emotional, and spiritual needs for the residents in Carson City, or City of Carson. She has met often with the pastors of the City of Carson to share the resources and strengths of the city and the church community within her jurisdiction. I am personally grateful as a pastor of Carson of Hope Community Church for Mayor Lula's effort to make herself available to help in finding solutions to challenging issues to ensure that we can safely and efficiently continue to distribute groceries to over 600 families per week in the Carson community and the 600 and the surrounding areas. So thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Pastor. This means a lot to me. And, when I was going through my time with tears in my family, the pastors came out and they surrounded me. And every day there was a pastor in my home praying for me and my family. For 3 weeks, they came to my home, provided meals for everyone that was there, because I had 30 to 50 people in my home every day. And it was just good to have the pastors to come in and pray. And we do meet quarterly. We have another meeting coming up because I want to share with the pastors what their vision is for the city, what we're doing here in the city, and how we can help each other. We had a strong pastor clergy at one time, and I want to bring that together back, because as you look on our wall, it says, "In God we trust." We are nothing without putting him first, and that's why we have about 30 pastors that come to these meetings, and we share what it is and share resources, because I was surprised to see that not all the pastors, the new pastors, knew each other. So this was a time for fellowship. It was a time for sharing and bringing together our pastors here in the community, because I always tell them, during election time, we come and wear out your carpet, suck up your air, and then you don't see us anymore. Well, that's not me. You know, I want you to know that you're a part of this city, and we value what you do. And we have a bishop and a doctor here standing with us. So that's what we're about here in the city of Carson. We're one family, united for one purpose, and that is to make this city great. And I'm pleased to say in the 3.5 years that I've been your mayor, we've done some wonderful things, but I always go to them in prayer. And it's good to have prayer warriors. And when I was at my weakest point, they came and prayed for me daily and my family. And I appreciate you so much.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Yeah, you don't have to hold that one so low.
Thank you so much. I still will be by there on Thursday again.
We're looking forward to you.
Okay. Okay, we have a proclamation recognizing Consul General Edward B. Badajos, the Philippine Consulate General. Come on down. I just want to personally thank you. You're leaving, and I didn't know that. I'm going to put a challenge to him. I plan on visiting the Philippines now that he is no longer our consulate general. But this young man attended every event just about here in the city of Carson. He was always visible, always available. And what's your term? How many years? 3 years. 3 years. And he made himself known and available to the Carson residents, and was so honored. He knows no stranger. And we just wanted to say thank you for a job well done. I know you like to sing. He's a singer. You want to give us a note or two? Maybe not tonight. Not tonight. But we just want to thank you, and our councilwoman has a proclamation that we'd like to present to you for all that you've done, and for not only the city of Carson, but all the people that you serve. Job well done, and we're going to miss you. Whoever is taking your place has some big shoes to fill, because you were very, very available and very visible. And like I said, he made me feel welcome wherever I went, and whenever I showed up, and invited me to events that they were having for the Filipino community. And I just want to let you know how much I appreciate the time that you spent with us here in the great city of Carson.
Thank you very much.
Your second home. Use the pink one.
Again, thank you. Maraming salamat. Yes, okay. Proclamation. Edgar Badajos, Philippine Consul General. Whereas Consul General Edward Badajos is a native of Banguid, Abra. He is the 1991 UP College of Law graduate and holds a Bachelor's of Arts degree from the University of the Philippines in Baguio. This is pretty heavy. I'm like, wow. Okay. Consul General Ed Badajos is a seasoned career diplomat dedicating his life to foreign service, which he began in January 1997 when he joined the Philippine Foreign Diplomat Service. He wrote a Philippine passport guidebook in 1998 with a fellow Filipino Foreign Service officer. And whereas Consul General Badajos' foreign assignments span various capacities, he has served the Philippine Consulate General in Toronto as Vice Consul, the Philippine Consulate General in New York as Vice Consul, then the Philippine Embassy in Bangkok, Thailand as Minister and Consul General, and the Deputy Permanent Representative to the United States Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, or UNESCAP, and whereas Consul General Badajoz has also served as a Philippine consulate in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. And prior to his arrival in Los Angeles, during his consulate general term in Jeddah, he received the Best Organization Award in the Foreign Service Post category by the Department of Foreign Affairs on DFA Foundation Day in June 2019. Whereas Consul General Ed Badajoz has been the director of the Political and Security Division of the Office of Asian Affairs. He became the 18th Philippine Consul General in April 2021, serving more than 1.2 million Filipinos under a jurisdiction covering Southern California, yes, Southern Nevada, and the state of Arizona. Now, therefore, the mayor and the city council of the city of Carson, California, do hereby recognize Consul General Ed Badajoz for his contributions and service to the community during his term as Philippine Consul General in Los Angeles. It's dated this day of February the 20th, and it's signed by our mayor, Lula Davis Holmes, Mayor Pro Tem Jerwan Hilton, Council Member Cedric Hicks, Council Member Jim Deere, myself, Arlene Rojas, and thank you so much. Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat. And we need a trip to the Philippines. If you're leaving, we're coming.
Thank you.
All right. So congratulations.
You're
Yes.
invited. May I just say something?
Thank you very much. Maraming salamat, Arlene, my kababayan, and of course, Mayor Lula Holmes. Let me just say that I'm here really honored and privileged to stand before you to bid my farewell to the City Council and the people of Carson. As the Consul General of the Philippines in Los Angeles, all I can say is that the support and collaboration we received from you have been invaluable. The work of the Philippine Consulate extends beyond just providing consular services to Filipinos under our jurisdiction, which Arlene said covers the Southern California, the whole state of Arizona, and of course, Southern Nevada, with more than 1 million Filipinos under our jurisdiction, the biggest Filipino diaspora, not just in the US, but outside the United States. So you could imagine the challenge. So our work is not just about providing consular services to these people, but also promoting Philippine economic interests under our consular jurisdiction, and most importantly, promoting excellent bilateral relations between the Philippine government and the US government at the federal, state, county, and city levels. Now, promoting bilateral relations between the Philippine government through the Philippine Consulate and the city of Carson has been greatly facilitated by the excellent relations that we have at the official and personal level. At the official level, I'd like to thank Mayor Lula, the City Council, and the people of Carson for always supporting our Philippine Independence Day celebrations held annually here. We also thank you for the opportunity to erect the Rizal statue or monument at the International Sculptural Garden. And at the personal level, I'd like to thank you for simply giving Filipinos the opportunity to plant their roots in this great city of Carson and to participate in its social, economic, and cultural diversity and development. I would be remiss in my duties of thanking the city of Carson if I did not mention in particular my kababayan here, Arlene Rojas. Thank you for the opportunity you've given to her to take part in the city's governance. You all know, and I think that nobody can dispute me if I say that since joining the council in 2021, Arlene has been very active and productive, espousing programs to really make this city even greater than it already is.
Thank you.
But there's one other council member that I'd also want to make special mention of, and that is Council Member Jim Deere. Jim Deere has really endeared himself to our community, not just by marrying one of our beautiful ladies, but also by attending as many Filipino community events as I have attended. Probably since I arrived in April 21, Jim Deere has attended more community events than I have attended. And that is testament to his closeness to our community. So I hope Mayor Lula and the city council members and the people of Carson that this excellent friendship that we have will endure beyond my tour duty. And I hope that you will continue extending the same kind of support that you have given to me during my 3-year stay in Los Angeles. Maraming salamat at mabuhay po kayong lahat. Thank you.
To the dais, because we do have a presentation from AT&T, so you can come up to the podium and we'll greet you. This is our new rep, Mackenzie Neely Wright, and her assistant that will be joining us tonight. And welcome. We haven't had a representative here from AT&T in some time. So yes, we're excited to see you, and we look forward to what you have to say. Oh, we have gifts for you.
Can you grab them?
Consulate General. Oh, we sure did. Okay. We have gifts for you from the councilwoman. Turn around. You're welcome. Jim, did I hear correctly that you got married? Councilman dear? Did I hear correctly that you had gotten married? Fairly accurate. Well, congratulations. I just want to make sure I heard it correctly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. No, she's coming right up. Is the green light on? No.
It's important to push. Alrighty.
We'll be joining us shortly. Here she comes.
Okay, I'll wait. All right, so good evening. My name is Mackenzie Neely Wright, and I'm honored to have the opportunity to introduce myself to the city of Carson. Hello, everybody. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for this invitation. It is a pleasure to greet you, as well as the city council members, city staff, residents, and participants of this meeting. I am the External and Legislative Affairs Area Manager for the city of Carson, along with South Bay, and I additionally have Mid and South Los Angeles, and I work for AT&T. I'm here with my colleague, Nemesis Nguyen, who will talk about our FirstNet services for our first responders in just a moment. Our purpose at AT&T is connecting people to greater possibility through AT&T Fiber, 5G, and FirstNet. AT&T has invested more than $140 billion in American infrastructure over the past 5 years, which is included in the handouts that we've provided at your desk. We are eager to continue working with state and local governments to connect even more Americans to the internet. Locally, AT&T has invested more than $45 million in wired and wireless networks in Carson from 2020 to 2022. In the last 3 years, we've made 27 upgrades within the city, which includes new cell sites, strengthening wireless and wired network capabilities, and new broadband network connections. In my preparation for today's meeting, I also learned about the city's resident broadband survey and would love to learn more about the outcome and the additional broadband needs of the city. But my goal today is to establish a relationship with the city as we continue to strengthen our network in the area and serve our customers. Part of my relationship includes helping address constituent concerns related to our services in a timely resolution and serve as your point of contact for all things related to AT&T. In addition, AT&T is committed to bridging the digital divide. This includes identifying opportunities to partner with the city for community events and spread awareness of our services, to include Access, which is our service dedicated to low-income families to be connected affordably, or opportunities to host digital literacy workshops around topics of cybersecurity, internet, and email basics. Finally, I'm responsible for spreading awareness of our FirstNet services, and I'll let Nemesis take over to share more about that.
Thank you, Mackenzie. Thank you, everyone. Good evening. My name is Nemesis Nguyen. I am the Mobility Client Solution Executive for AT&T. I support local government, education, healthcare, utilities, first responders, and tribes here in California. So this evening, I wanted to talk about FirstNet. FirstNet is a private public safety network built for first responders and support first responders that support public safety. FirstNet was created after the tragic events of 9/11. We underscored our communications, and lots of lives were lost during 9/11. The Congress and 9/11 Commission came together and said, what could we have done differently to avoid losing so many lives during this event? And the biggest feedback that came back was communication. Agencies weren't able to communicate with one another either via radio or wireless communications. And they said, we need to have a dedicated network specifically for first responders and those who support public safety. Congress agreed and said they're going to set aside dedicated spectrum for public safety and created a FirstNet authority to oversee that. A contract bid was put out to build and maintain the public safety network, FirstNet, and AT&T won that contract for 25 years. We are 5 years in today and still have 20 more years to build and maintain this public safety network. We are 100% completed on our build out and continue building out to increase frequencies as it relates to 4G, 5G, and what the future looks like past 5G. So why is FirstNet unique? It's unique because it is dedicated spectrum specifically for first responders and those who support public safety. It's on 24/7, 365 days a year, and it is monitored. It is an encrypted network, so you have high security. You have dedicated access to a Band 14 network and all AT&T spectrum. And then we provide mission-critical applications and services available to help update and enhance your wireless communication needs for when and where you need it. And including access to over 180 deployable assets that are strategically placed nationwide to bring up a network when they go down, if it is man-made or a natural disaster. And these assets are brought out within, for example, in California, we are obligated to bring out assets within 7 hours of an emergency request, or we're heavily fined in the millions. And what that means is if a cell tower is impacted and you're not able to make and receive phone calls or data text communication, we have an obligation to bring out assets to bring a network up within 7 hours so you're able to communicate within your jurisdiction. So how does it work? FirstNet works with having dedicated devices and equipment connected to the FirstNet network utilizing specialized SIM cards. You do have access to all AT&T spectrum and Band 14. The Band 14 network is only for the first responder and public safety users, so commercial users are not able to share that same network. And what AT&T does is pushes off the traffic so that way these users get priority and preemption at all times. And the reason why it matters is communication is very important to help save lives. And that is the reason why FirstNet was created. So 5 years in today, we have over 5.5 million FirstNet connections and over 27.5 thousand public safety agencies and organizations subscribed. We have over 2.97 million square miles of AT&T coverage and over 250,000 more FirstNet Band 14 coverage nationwide. So it is the largest wireless network available in the US compared to any other carrier. We have over 180 deployable assets strategically placed in the US, but with California having the most assets. We also have a health and wellness program for our first responders. We contract with AMR and have over 30 therapy dogs available to be able to provide health and wellness support for when they need it. And just in last year alone, we had over 1,810 deployable assets requested to be able to optimize the network or bring up a network when it is needed. And FirstNet is not only for emergency events, it's also available for planned events as well. And that's all for FirstNet. Thank you.
So we appreciate your time and thank you again for the invitation. I'm not sure if there's time for questions, but looking forward to working with you all.
I have a question.
Sure.
When we met, you were giving me some information about the notice of pending regulatory application that might affect my residents. And could you provide some information? I don't know if everyone received this or not. Oh, okay. So
I think we all have questions
you all have questions
about that, yes.
Yes, please. So
Okay. Do we have enough time?
we're gonna make time.
Okay. Because I can also talk offline too. So let's step back a bit from just the notice. Before my time, AT&T used to be a very big monopoly, and the federal government decided to break up those monopolies. And that's where those baby bells came from: Pac Bell, Bell South, Bell North, Bell this, Bell that. And then there was an opportunity where, well, I don't want to say an opportunity, it became, there were too many carriers. There was this person for long distance, this person for this service, and it became a little bit much. So the federal government then circles back and says, okay, AT&T, you can be the carrier and you will be served as a monopoly, which means that no other carriers will be able to compete in your network, and that you will have to provide your services to everyone within your service territory, which is how we got to the carrier of last resort. And so what then happens is that monopoly piece or legislation falls away, and it allows for other carriers to be able to operate in our network and compete against us, but they're not obligated to be there. Only AT&T is obligated to be there. And so that created where you have these smaller carriers that would come into the network, and then they would say, okay, we're this amount cheaper than AT&T, you come to us. And then when they realize how expensive it is to operate the network, they leave, and the customers are then left trying to decide where they're going to go, mainly coming back to AT&T because we're obligated to be there. So what that notice is saying is that AT&T filed an application to get out of the obligation of being the carrier of last resort. It does not say, but unfortunately it wasn't necessarily written by us, that we are leaving our network or our customers behind. We are modernizing the network and transforming it from copper, which is outdated and antiquated and very difficult to maintain because the manufacturers of copper do not prioritize copper anymore. So when we have a outage or a breakage in our copper lines, what essentially happens is that we have to make a special order, and it takes several months for us to bring copper back online. Whereas with our fiber, we can bring that back online within hours. And so that's what the notice is saying, is that we filed for the application for carrier of last resort relief. But there is an additional process that has to happen with the FCC before we can decommission any copper lines, and that takes several years.
Okay, I'll come back. Councilman Deere. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I read a little discussion of the Public Utilities Commission is being approached by your company, and you're going to ask them if you can get out of the business of providing landlines to our residents. And a lot of the senior citizens particularly, but other people as well, still have landlines. So first of all, is that true? And second of all, from AT&T's perspective, what does that mean? How is that going to actually affect the residents that the five of us represent?
Councilmember Deere, I appreciate your question.
I do a lot of reading, and so I'm not always sure that what I read is accurate, so that's why I'm asking you.
I appreciate that very much so. We are not getting out of the landline business. We are modernizing the network so that we can provide better services to our customers. So what the notice and that application with the CPUC did was just ask for us to be released from the obligation to provide the copper landline network. But it doesn't mean that if it's approved that the next day we then decommission our copper lines. There is a process of making sure that customers have other alternatives available to them, or that there's a competitor in place that can continue to provide that service. But you will find that much of our competition doesn't necessarily want to get in that market because it's very expensive to maintain.
Okay, thank you.
So it means you're providing another service other than the landline?
Yes.
It could be. And that service would be what?
Yes. So we currently already offer voice over IP. It allows you to continue to have a phone in your home, but instead of coming through the wall in I think it's a phone jack, this will come through your modem. And so then the question becomes, well, we have natural disasters, we have earthquakes, we have power outages, we have a solution for that. So we have our modems, especially our new and updated ones, have a backup battery that can last for 24 to 48 hours. And then there's also an additional battery that can be provided when that backup battery goes out, so that we keep people connected. And then the other alternatives, as I mentioned, would be our wireless network, which we've done significant investments to make sure that we keep people online, especially in emergencies. And then if those two alternatives aren't available, then we would start to look for carriers. And if there's nothing else, no one else, we will continue to be the carrier of last resort until other alternatives are made available. And so that's important for us as we're talking about building out fiber, because we need to get fiber out to as many places as we can so that this alternative is available. And it's very expensive to maintain this as well as to lay out fiber. And so it'd be, I don't want to say beneficial, but it would be helpful to have the option to focus our efforts in laying out fiber than to keep a antiquated service online.
Oh, it goes back to the councilman's statement that our seniors are going to be affected, and all these new technologies. I would hate for them to be without a landline because, I have both. I'm a senior citizen too, a landline and a cell phone. And so that's my big concern. I know Councilman Hicks, you had some questions also.
Yes, I did. Thank you for that presentation. My question, you talked about it a little bit regarding going to the fiber and being connected to an actual modem. So that's going to be an additional charge to the carrier or the person. If you have an old antiquated landline that you plug in currently, you just pay a phone bill. So now you're saying you're going to end up paying for a modem as well as having the phone connectability, because those are two different things, because everyone doesn't have Wi-Fi in their home.
Yes, so thank you for your question, Councilmember Hicks. If you have internet in your home, then it would just be a matter of setting up your voice over IP service. Now, to your point, if you do not have internet in your home, then yes, you would have to have you would have to have a modem in place for voice over IP, but we are also working on another service that I can't really talk about just yet that would be able to service those who do not necessarily have internet in their home.
So it'd be the same as, I know the television have gone to the apps. They don't have the boxes anymore, but they still have the old antennas you can buy that you plug into your TV and you get channel 5, channel 5.1, 5.2, all the ones that by air. So we're looking at something to that effect based upon the cell phone to be able to get the free connectability based upon that technology?
Okay, so I can't promise that it would be free because there is going to be a cost to operate it. But essentially, you would need to have some form of internet. And so it's for voice over IP or a wireless cell phone device.
Regardless.
But again, there's an additional product that might be coming, well, should be coming out and more advertised soon that will be able to cover that, because our biggest challenge, so we do have the challenge of senior citizens, but even worse, we have rural areas that have no options that we're also having to make sure that we have coverage for.
Now, for those that, based upon the technology in the process, so if I don't have internet capability, but I still need to have a landline, you guys are looking at a third option that may be coming down the pipe that will assist those individuals to have some type of phone connectability.
That is correct.
So then for individuals who can't afford that new technology, because that's why so many people don't have Wi-Fi in their home currently, is there something that AT&T is working towards to assist them? And then based upon your request to get out of that business, how soon are you looking to get out of the business based upon your approval through the government?
So it's a process. To get out of the broadband, well, not broadband, but to get out of the copper landline business, it is a very lengthy process that is not dictated by us. So you go through the CPUC first, then you have to go through the FCC and prove that your network in certain areas are not being utilized before you can decommission any landline or copper network or specific area. It takes quite a bit of time. To provide some context, we have gone through COLR or carrier of last resort relief in 20 other states. One of them was in Oklahoma 10 years ago. We are just now going through the process of decommissioning our first landline or copper network. Because of the amount of research, because there's studies that have to be done, it is a lengthy process. All we're trying to do today or this year is get out of the obligation of being required to provide landline service. But it would not, nothing would happen for a while to the customers, and there would be opportunities made available. Now, to the affordability piece, so as I mentioned in my presentation, we have Access, which provides internet services at a discounted rate. And then in addition to that, what we were offering up until about the end of last month was the Affordable Connectivity Program, which were federal dollars that would help to subsidize the internet. And so that's part of why we've been advocating so hard to keep the Affordable Connectivity Program, because it took it down for some customers to free. And now if we don't figure out some type of funding before like early April, then they're going to have to assume that cost again. And so we're providing as many subsidies and opportunities as we can, but it's going to take some help from our legislative team.
Thank you for that.
Okay, I want to read something because it says for traditional land phone service customers, AT&T would continue providing traditional landline phone service to existing customers until all federal and state regulatory processes are completed. AT&T has committed to providing the service to existing traditional landline phones customers for at least only 6 months after the CPUC approves the application. So once they approve the application, it's only 6 months. It's not like it's going on forever. This letter says it's 6 months.
And we unfortunately did not completely write the letter. The CPUC was a part of the process, and so that was part of our back and forth in the month of December, because that is technically not accurate. It is going to take a while before we can decommission any copper services.
Okay.
And
So-
that created a firestorm that has
that's
created a
what-
lot of stress and phone calls, but I'm here to debunk that.
Yeah, says before making any changes to the traditional line phones, customer services, AT&T would provide advance notice about choices for changing existing services to either a different voice service available from AT&T or a voice service offered by another provider in the area, and that's basically what you were saying.
Yes, ma'am.
AT&T will remain the COLR in areas where no alternative voice service are yet available and continue to provide traditional landlines phone service to our customers until proven alternatives become available.
That's correct.
Okay. How is this message going to get to the residents? Have you guys worked that out?
Well,
Once we go down this road.
yes, so we have a letter that our state president, Mark Blakeman, is providing that I will then share with your offices, as well as some frequently asked questions that you are able to share. And then as constituents call, you have the information, or they can then be connected with me, and I can help provide some context.
I think that's what I was looking for, because it didn't say that, and our staff needs to know, because if this does pass, we're going to be bombarded with phone calls from our seniors that have landlines, and one of those calls are going to come from me, even though I have cells. So, yeah, just keep us informed as of changes. I'm delighted that you are our rep. We haven't had a rep to come before the city council in some time. So anytime you think it's something that you need to share with us, please feel free to call me, and we'll put you on the agenda under presentations. And I do. Did anyone else have questions? Councilwoman.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I am a FirstNet. I have FirstNet, and I received it during the pandemic, but I'm with the law enforcement agency. So all law enforcement, fire, first responders, doctors, nurses, we're all on that FirstNet. So glad to hear that you are expanding that service to government and the people in the community. So it's good to hear that, and I hope that you do succeed in all the requests that you get. I hope we get it, because so far I'm happy with the service that I have with FirstNet. So
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you.
and we're happy to hear that, and hope to expand more in the city of Carson.
Yes.
Thank you. And thank you for coming out
Thank you.
and presenting us with and introducing yourself. Any
Thank
more
you.
questions?
I do have one other question, Madam Mayor. So if people have to have a cable box or the equivalent to have a landline, would that cable box be available to provide other services such as internet or television?
So a cable, okay. So I would say not a cable box, a modem.
A
So
modem.
a modem, which would be like to provide internet in your home and Wi-Fi.
Right.
But then it also would be providing your telephone service as well.
So the answer is yes. The modem that they're paying for, that they don't pay for now.
If they don't have internet, if they
Well, if they
don't.
have internet, they'll have a modem,
Yes.
of course, or cable. So, so I'm going to reiterate the question.
Sure.
In the future, in the not too distant future, 6 months or more after approval takes place, if that does take place by the CPUC, then people who want to maintain their landline would then have an installer come out, and there'll be a modem installed in the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that modem that they don't have now, but they will have then, will allow them also to, get internet and cable TV from AT&T?
Not television services. So we're simply
Internet?
Yeah, internet and the voice, but not television.
I see. Okay.
I mean, unless you stream, we can
Oh,
say
yeah.
that, but
Like-
that wouldn't be streaming via AT&T. That would
Right.
just be Netflix
Bless you.
or
Like this council meeting is streamed as well as on cable.
yes.
I see. Okay. That answers the question. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Good presentation tonight.
Thank you.
Do you have a card? Yeah, Mackenzie,
Absolutely.
Please leave us some cards so that we'll have them.
Okay.
One for my records. My issues in the back are Raven. The field reps, you can come get the cards for us and the city. So how many do you have?
A lot.
Oh, good. Leave a lot.
I'm prepared.
You came prepared.
Yes.
That's great.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
My counselor, Mr. Legaspi, would you also get a card as well? Thank you.
Next is, are there any oral communications for matters listed on the agenda?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There are no comment cards for agenda-related public comments. There's just one for non-agenda.
The one for non-agendized? Okay, well, we'll let that one person go. Speak. Yes,
Madam Mayor, would your pleasure be for the non-agendized public comment? Also, the city clerk has one as well. Would you like that to be done after this comment, or would you like to wait until at the end?
no,
of
let's do it while everybody's awake.
Okay. So if we could, excellent. If we could allow our city clerk to, by the mayor's appropriation here, to go ahead and provide a brief update and comment regarding our voting for this upcoming election.
Thank you,
Elections.
Mr. City Manager, and thank you, Madam Mayor. We felt that it was important that the residents are aware that the city does have 5 vote centers that will be open for the primary election. Election day is March 5th, and we have 5 vote centers here in the city of Carson. It's the Carson Event Center, the East Activity Room, Foysia Park, the gym, Stevenson Park, the community room, Anderson Park, both the classroom and the multipurpose room, and Carriage Crest Park, the activity room there. For Carson Event Center, Foysia Park, Stevenson Park, and Anderson Park, all of those will have early voting beginning March 2nd through March 4th from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. And then on Election Day, it's 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Carriage Crest Park is our very early vote center. They will begin opening on February 24th through March 4th. All of this is on the city clerk webpage, so I don't expect anyone to write this down. But I wanted people to know, since today is the 20th, that we're actually going to have a vote center that's going to open on February 24th, and it will remain open through Election Day on March 5th. So on Election Day, you can vote between 6 a.m. to 9 p.m., and then the early vote timeframes are 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. But of course, as the law states, once you are in line by 9 p.m., no matter how long the line is, and even if it's after 9 p.m., you will be served. So everyone should have received their ballot in the mail. You can vote anywhere in LA County, but of course, we want you to utilize the vote centers that our team here has worked so hard on. Our Parks and Recreation staff has been very diligent with LA County, making sure that we always have a vote center here in Carson. So the other thing that I want to say is the back of your ballot or sample ballot that you got in the mail may have a vote center that's not listed in Carson. LA County designs that. They are the ones that say, based on where you live, the closest vote center may be this, and it may be outside of the city of Carson. That's LA County's jurisdiction. You can vote there, or you can vote, as I mentioned before, anywhere within Los Angeles County. Thanks to the e-voting method, wherever you are in the county, you'll still have your local initiatives there. So I just wanted the residents to know that even though the city of Carson may not have anything on the upcoming March 5th primary, we do still have vote centers open and available to you all beginning as early as February 24th.
Is the 5th our council meeting day? What day are we meeting?
Should be the 6th.
It's the 6th?
Let me look at my calendar. It's the first Tuesday of March.
Yes.
Is it the 5th? Or no? Oh,
The
it is
same
the
day as
5th.
election, because I know we
is the
usually, what
5th.
do we normally do, MPT? On election day?
We go to
The next day. And that's not on our agenda.
That's a slip up.
They forgot to put it on.
No,
Traditionally, we
what
do
I'm
go the
talking
next
about
day.
is that we need to check and see if the charter or the municipal code provide that automatically happens. If it doesn't happen, we can consider adding a subsequent need item, although technically, this should have been on the agenda if You can't wait. We have to check it. So let me check the charter right now as we're sitting here.
Okay, and you'll let us know if it is or if it's not what we need to do. That's okay. Okay. And we want to make it clear, Madam City Clerk, that they can vote anywhere in LA County. It does not have to be in the city of Carson.
That's correct, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And our one public comment is Miss Lydia Gutierrez.
Hi, Lydia.
Ms. Gutierrez, it's 3 minutes.
3 minutes?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Hi, everyone. My name's Lydia Gutierrez. And Mayor Holmes, I want to say our prayers were with you. I'm with Mission Ebenezer Family Church. We prayed for you during your difficult time. You're just a very special woman to all of us in our community. So we
Thank you.
appreciate you. As you know, I've ran before, and the reason why I have not given up on our students, just let me give you a little background. I'm a 30-year veteran teacher, but I also have worked in aerospace for 6.5 years. I went from assistant to administrator to actually cost estimating supervisor for the Bradley tank while in my 20s, but education was my love, so I went back into that. Within that time frame, I also was on the mission field. I served in the country of Colombia for 2 years in the jungles, if you can believe it, but also working with orphan children, the street orphan children. I flew back and forth for 7 years during my summer breaks because I do believe in the educational prosperity of children. But I have very strong concerns of what's happening with LAUSD. Already $700,000 has already been spent, not on my behalf, but on others. And my concern is that LAUSD is being controlled by corporation money. And if they get control of the corporation, the community voice will be lost. And some of the concerns that I have that LAUSD has already done is that they subtracted out $25 million, defunded the police department by $25 million, cutting 133 officers. Within that year, there was 108 assaults, 16 required hospitalization, 44 weapons were recovered, and including 5 handguns and 32 knives. Within that same year, we also have their test scores. 69% of the students have failed in math, 59% have failed in English. And then the school board decided that they were going to have a queer all-school year calendar for all the teachers in their schools. And then they moved on to the radical gender theory curriculum, instructing teachers to work together to break down the gender binary of male and female, to experiment with gender pronouns such as they, ze, and she. And then the last part is that the LAUSD board teachers are instructed to address students by their chosen pronoun and are not permitted to tell parents. That means that you are not included. These policies are wrong. As a 30-year veteran teacher, I know these things are happening, and I don't agree with them. And that's why I continue to fight for our students. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you. And I would give you my flyer so you can see my information, but I'm not allowed to. But thank you for this time. Have a good day.
Thank you. Next, we'll have the approval of the minutes.
Madam Mayor, I move to approve of the minutes of our City Council Successor
Second.
Agency and Housing Authority.
Second.
Been moved and properly second. Cast your votes.
Madam Mayor, the motion carries.
Next is item number 10 through 23, the consent calendar. I'll move.
Move approval of the consent calendar, Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
before you approve the consent calendar, apologies, but may we push item number 19? Staff still needs to do some corrective work and didn't get that completed yet.
Okay, all items except 19 has been moved. Did I get a
That would be
second?
the motion, correct?
Yes, I'd like to pull item number 16 and 21 for just a quick and dirty report. Does anyone else want to pull an item? 22. Approval of the consent calendar with exceptions of items 16, 19, 21, and 22. 19 is being continued. It's been moved and properly second. Cast your vote.
Sedgwick.
Did I get it right? Oh, I did. Me?
Oh, Lula, you have to vote too.
I kept getting it. It was
Okay,
doing its own.
the motion carries.
Okay. Item number 16, staff.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item number 16,
Neighborhood Pride.
we can give you a brief update, Madam
That's
Mayor.
all.
Dr. Lennox will provide that brief update for you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. This item is for consideration of adopted updated program guidelines for the city's Neighborhood Pride program. Consistent with the code changes that were made by council to the purchasing ordinance, the Neighborhood Pride program is requesting an update to the guidelines to match the signing authority of both the city manager as well as the transfer authority you're hearing tonight in a different item. This will allow for applicants to have a higher threshold for awards once they meet the eligibility requirements, coming from $20,000 up to $30,000 per household per application, as well as adjusting any increases to the amount of 20% of the project total budget.
That's what I wanted my residents to hear. Move staff's recommendation. Cast your vote.
Motion carries, Madam Mayor.
19 has been continued. Item number 21.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For brief presentation, this is considering an approval for amendment number 2 with Turbo Data Systems, and I believe our emergency services / public safety manager, Ms. Nora Garcia, will give a brief update in regards to this item.
Hi.
Stand out, Wilkie.
Okay. Good evening for the third time, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council. This item number 21, is to contract with Turbo Data. We already have a contract with them existing for parking citations. However, now the goal is to add code enforcement, business license, and sanitation to this contract as well. So this amendment would include those additional 3 areas.
Councilman Hicks, I think you had a question on this.
It was answered. I talked to the city manager regarding the TurboTax, but I wanted to find out in regards to the handheld equipment that was being utilized. Are we still able to use the handheld? And then the turnaround time for when a ticket is issued, the process of getting it to you versus it getting to from the company that's actually issuing the fine, because it seems that there's been a disconnect sometimes in that process.
So from your first question, yes, there are still handheld devices. Each additional area will now get handheld devices as well. We do see the tickets immediately in our system. However, if there's an appeal process, that's when then there is a hearing officer provided through that third party to be the neutral decision maker, if you will, again, if there is an appeal. So that service is included in this contract as well. But there really is little to no disconnect between the time a citation is issued to the time we see it in the system. It could be a matter of hours, just so that the unit itself sometimes there's trouble with syncing, but it's usually immediate.
Okay.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve staff's recommendation.
Second.
Cast your vote.
Thank
Madam
you
Mayor.
all.
Motion
Thank you.
carries.
Thank you. I'm going to come back to item number 24. I'd like to have our budget number 25, if you're ready.
Sure, Madam Mayor, whenever, if that's your pleasure. Absolutely.
okay.
Item 25?
Yes.
Item 25, Madam Mayor and Council, is going to be a update in regards to the city's mid-year fiscal year 23-24 budget provided by our Director of Finance, Mr. William Moving On Up Jefferson.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. As the city manager just stated, I will be reviewing the mid-year report for the city's financial status. For fiscal year 23-24, we have our revenue by category. Budgeted for this fiscal year was $121 million, with actuals of $43 million being collected for a percentage of 36%. I do want you guys to keep in mind that a lot of the revenues that come in towards the third quarter to the fourth quarter, and that's been prior years. I'll give you an example. Sales tax, we have collected $10 million, but as of to date, we have $15 million. So you can see within 1 month, it jumped $5 million. I also want to keep in mind that I'm reporting from July the 1st through December 31st, which is the first 6 months. So the first 6 months, we collected $10 million, but that's from July to December. But from January to February, we collected another $5 million, so it jumped up to $15 million. So I'm just using it as an example to show you that the revenues do come in, but they come in towards the latter of the year. The biggest components of our sales tax was Lakeshore Learning Materials, the Amazon Fulfillment Center, and Kia Carson. Those were our three biggest revenue sources for sales tax. Next slide shows our expenditures. Again, keep in mind we're recording for July 1st through December 31st for 6 months. We started the fiscal year with a $119 million adopted budget. Throughout the course of the year, it was revised to $134 million. We have collected from that period, that first 6 months period, we collected $50 million. We spent $50 million. And at this point, we've used 38% of our budget, which would be 50%, which is showing that we're 12% under budget right now for our expenditures for the fiscal year. This chart illustrates our 5-year general fund balance trend. If you can see from fiscal year 18-19, we had a balance of $45 million. And as you can see now in fiscal year 22-23, we have a balance of $22 million. So we're showing a constant progression from fiscal year 18-19 to fiscal year 22-23. So from that year to this year, we collected an extra, I would say, added to our balance, $177 million. Now this slide, we go into a little bit more detail about our general fund balance. As reported in our mid-year, we had a general fund balance of $222 million. Of this $222 million, all of these categories fit into this bucket, I would say. So when we come down, I would start from the bottom and work my way up. We have CIP of $27 million. We have $5 million of self-insurance. Now we get into the part of seeing our general fund reserve. So our general fund balance is $222 million, but of that $222 million, we have a general reserve that's within there of $189 million. $24 million is for our 20% reserve that council approved. $86 million is for our oil tax, and $79 million is for our surplus. Keep in mind, these three categories are collaboratory of our general fund reserve. 24 has been designated, 86 has been as conservatory measures placed in an account and put on hold to spend. So we have $79 million as our surplus. In that $79 million, we now, to date, are down to $28 million. And the reason for that is because of numerous projects that the mayor and council have approved. One of them is $26 million for the 157 acres for the mall. $8 million is for the street pavement. We have another $8 million that was for 22-23 continual appropriations. We have $5.5 million for the cameras that were put in the park, and we have various other amendments that were given to use of the surplus. So as of today, I just want to emphasize that we have $79 million surplus, but as year to date, we're down to $28 million. It's only because of the projects that you guys have approved. For mid-year, we only have 3 requests. The first one is $2.7 million for the community development TransTech invoices, and that will be offset by the recovery of the building and safety permit revenue, fines, and fees. So the expenditures for TransTech did go up, but the expenditures went up because the revenue went up. So there's a correlation to the two. We have $55,000 for public safety, 2 engagement officers for 4 months. They'll be offset by department vacancies, which means they're going to be budget neutral. We want to decrease by $4 million the oil tax Measure C projection. We've been averaging about 6.5, and we budgeted, if you in the previous slide, we budgeted 10.5, and we only collected 4. Go back to it. We collected 2.8 million, so we want to adjust that just to be conservative. Those are the three mid-year requests that we have. Staff is seeking council recommendation to approve and adopt the resolution amending fiscal year 23-24 budget and personnel additions. That concludes my report for the mid-year.
Thank you for that. The 86 million is in our bank account, is in our hand. And we should be allowed to spend it, can we? I know it's in our bank, it's in our check. It's in our hands, it's in our checking account. So.
It is, but the oil industry has sued you over seeking a refund of it. So it's in an escrow account, and you cannot use it.
Okay, that answered that. Any more questions? Councilman Deere. You have questions?
Not at this time.
Okay. Okay, Councilman Hicks.
Thank you for the presentation. I just had one question regarding going back to the first 6 months on the slide you had from July to December, and you had at the bottom the 38% of unused or used budget. What was the reasoning for that amount of savings during that period of time? Is it salaries or where?
Some of it is salaries, but some of it is projects that hadn't started just of yet. They're going to start as we move into the mid-years. Actually, some of them have started since then.
Okay.
So since then, from this time period, actually, the percentage has went up and is in the mid-40s.
I just wanted to make sure that we didn't over budget.
No.
So we're going to use all the money so that we won't have that surplus. We did one of the years that we looked up, we had several millions that we did not spend for fiscal year. So
we met with the directors each individually and went through their department budgets and quizzed them on what they use all the money, and they guaranteed me that they would use the funding.
So they're on point based upon the percentage for the entire fiscal year.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Deere.
Madam Mayor, I will take the following motion to receive and file the 2023-2024 mid-year financial report, which was well presented tonight, and adopt resolution number 24-010. It's a resolution of the City of Carson City Council amending the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget in the general fund.
It's been moved and probably second. Any discussion? Hearing none, cast your vote.
I guess I don't know if it's a discussion as much as it is a question. I think those. First of all, I want to applaud you on the presentation. I think the community engagement officers should be done sooner than later. I've spoke with several people over the weekend. This RV is still parked on Albertoni in front of the extended stay, and they've extended their stay. So it's like on the weekends. I appreciate the engagement officers Monday through Thursday, but we got to get somebody on these weekends, because on the weekends it's just like they come, they lay in the grass.
They must have seen the sign, extended stay.
They must know the hours of our staff,
Wild
because they
West.
definitely on these the time when we don't have the engagement officers. So I would like to see if we can process that really quickly, since it's been approved tonight, because on the weekends, like I said, I've called and reported this thing. It's been there, and it's just camping out there. So I just took this as an opportunity to, on Sundays when you drive through our community, sometimes people are just laying in the grass. You know, I know it's taking a nap or whatever they're doing. But I think it's incumbent on us to make sure that we have these engagement officers, and I know that has nothing to do with you, but I just took the liberty tonight because we were approving it to say that we probably should put some feet to it really quickly to hire as soon as we can, because we definitely need somebody here to those weekends are crucial for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, just for that request, and we did hear the request of yourself and Mayor and Council, and so we've had HR already go through the process of getting the application, or excuse me, the recruitment up and running, and have already been vetting for potential candidates, because this is a specialized position, and we know that we need the expeditious aspect of people on the street for the weekends, as well as the schedule being altered so that way residents and even those that are visiting the city can't pinpoint when our folks are out. And so I can tell you that we should have some folks with feet on the ground here within the next 2 to 3 weeks to have both the training as well as being implemented on the weekends, so that way they can be able to service the entire city.
Thank you. My question is, that's code enforcement to move that RV. They should be, because our ordinance says there's no oversized vehicles to be parked on public streets. So I don't understand why it's still sitting there. It has to be registered. It has to be assigned to a home, or it's out of here.
Yeah, we'll check, because I did get the request from Mayor Pro Tem. We did notify code, so let me confirm and follow back and see what the status is. But you're right, Madam Mayor, you have to have, due to the approval of council, have to have a permit, has to be registered, has to be parked either in the driveway or directly in front of the house, cannot block the view if you're on a corner, be within a certain distance of elementary schools. So that's still being processed, and yes, code enforcement would be the ones to implement that.
Well, if they're not moving it, you tow it, because it's in violation of our ordinance.
Yeah, yes, and so we'll definitely look into that, and it looks like I have an update here. I can tell you what it is. Okay, so it was actually referred to the sheriff's because apparently there were 2 license plates on the vehicle, and so they had to get the correct VIN. But they know that there's something illegal, obviously, going on, but the sheriffs are actually on the process of handling that now.
It still goes back to what I said. There's no oversized vehicles parked on public streets. It's not allowed, whether it has 3 license plates, 4 license plates, or whatever. It's not supposed to be parked there. They either have to move it or we tow it.
Correct. Yes, Madam Mayor, we'll definitely.
And we have a towing service, and it's been sitting there for all those days. It's been sitting too long. So thank you for bringing that up. But our ordinance covers that, and it's not. It has nothing to do with our 2 officers that we're hiring. Okay. Let's vote.
Madam Mayor, it's unanimous. The motion carries.
Okay, thank you very much. Item number. Thank you for that report, Mr. It was painless, wasn't it? Item number, what is it, 25?
Madam Mayor, I think you wanted to go back to, well, you just said 22, and then you said 24,
22.
but I think it was 22.
Okay.
23 as well, I think.
No, I didn't have 23 listed. Here's my little agenda. I had items.
They both pulled off the consent calendar?
22, I think it was scoreboards.
22 was full.
Yes, ma'am, you wanted to bring
Yes,
it
let's
up.
go back to 22.
Yeah, you're right, 22 was pulled.
Okay, perfect.
22.
Yes, ma'am. So this item is an item in regards to the request from you, Madam Mayor, as well as council for scoreboards to be replaced throughout the city. This is just a report to state that the project has been completed. I believe this was a collaborative project between actually Dr. Arlington Rogers and Mr. Michael Whitaker. And so I don't know if there's necessarily a report necessarily to provide outside the fact that this is just a staff report stating that it is complete now. The work has been done, and all scoreboards have been installed and are running.
I just wanted to, when I asked for this to be pulled, I just wanted to be pulled so that our baseball, softball season is getting ready to get started. So we should have no issues of scoreboards being able to be utilized for our upcoming year. I see the director's coming up.
And our public works director.
I just want, when I go to a game, I can see who's winning and who's not,
That is correct.
What inning I'm in?
Well, first, I'd like to say good evening, everyone, to our mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and our council members, as well as our administrative team. I had a feeling this will be coming up very, very soon, but I want to say thank you to our public works directors who have been working beside me. Director Rogers is doing an amazing job and working to get all of our parks where we need them to be. It has been a great marriage between our park maintenance superintendent and our public works superintendent, working together with the changes that we've made over the past 6 to 7 months. Director Rogers has done a great job with his staff of placing all the scoreboards in all of our parks that have baseball diamonds. We have them in, they're mounted, they're working. We also have the extra controls that we have for them where they're remote, so we don't have to have people stand directly at the scoreboards. They're all have Bluetooth installed, so we're moving up. I also want to say that we do have 2 scoreboards, because I want to give this to you now. We have 2 scoreboards at 2 sites that we're working on in regards to electricity. They're having some electrical problems with all the water that we have incurred over the past month. So we have 1 scoreboard at Delamo Park, and then we have 1 scoreboard at Stevenson Park they're working on, but it's based on the water that we've incurred over the past couple of months. So I want to say again, thank you to Director Rogers for doing a great job and helping us out with that. Also, our park maintenance superintendent has done a great job. Our fields have been aerated. They have purchased tools to go in and aerate all of our fields. In addition to that, we also are putting in an RFP to have all the fields laser level before the season starts. So right now, we're looking very, very good. So I'll leave Director Rogers.
Sounds like progress to me. He took it off. Thank you for that. My only other question would be scoreboards for the gyms.
Yes, sir.
We got the outside, but now we got the gyms.
We're already working on that as well. We have an RFP that's coming up. We're even moving some of the scoreboards. There were some, for example, we're looking at Stevenson Park. When they first built the gym, where they put the scoreboard, wasn't in the best spot. The coach has to get on the floor and turn around backwards to see the score. Yeah, but now we're going to be moving those scoreboards in a different area. But we definitely will have those up before our very next basketball season. I anticipate we'll have them up at the beginning of July and August.
Perfect. Move staff's recommendation.
Second.
Cast your votes. Director Rogers.
How many months has it been?
Try.
He's trying to get out of here. You almost made it.
Right there.
Yes.
Awesome job.
A lot of teamwork went into that, ma'am.
Awesome job. Upgrades are on the way. You asked and we heard you. Citywide pavement upgrades, environmental week paper shredding, but the citywide pavement program is what we have been asking for. And how long have you been here?
It'll be a year in March, next month.
Next month.
Yes, 21st.
That's a
20.
quick year.
20.
In 1 year's time, this director has moved the projects forward that we've been asking for. And we challenged you on your 6 months. You told me you were going to do something in 8 months. I just want to commend you for a job well done, because this is what our residents have been waiting for. And, when I requested, $32 million to do this, my colleagues supported that request, and your mouth fell open. But it does the city no good to have a surplus and our residents are not getting what they asked for. So this came in the mail today. Residents, upgrades are on the way. You asked and we heard you. Okay, we put our money where our mouth is. So thank you.
Yes,
and we'll see what we can give you to do in the next. You got 1 more month to go?
Yes, ma'am. Another month.
I think he's up to the challenge.
He's up to the challenge. I want to appreciate you for this job well done. Thank you.
A lot of teamwork.
A lot of teamwork. Teamwork is what makes the dream work. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, the vote is unanimous. The motion carries.
Thank you. Now we're going to go to item number 24, Consider approving an update to the City Council Policy Number 102.3 related to seating on the dais and any photographic or videographic for the City of Carson. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is, as you stated, considering approving an updated City Council Policy Number 1.02.03 related to seating on the dais and any photography or videography of the City Council. This item is on the agenda at the request of Mayor Lula Davis Holmes and transmits a request from the Mayor for the City Council to consider updating this council policy related to the photography, videography of City Council and to update the language in the CCP as it relates to seating to be consistent with previous direction of City Council for your discussion, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I put this item on the agenda because I've been watching the dynamics that's been playing out as far as jockeying for who's going to stand and where they're going to stand, and I think it's gotten out of control. And I think the best way to handle that is for us to take our pictures the way we are seated on this dais. I'm concerned about my councilwoman. I'm concerned about my councilman. And I've seen all this and I've heard the negative comments. So I think we need to control it a little better than we are, and I'm asking my colleagues to support this. And if you have any conversation or discussion, cue up now.
So I have a
Councilman
question.
Deere.
Yes, thank you. So you stated the purpose of the photography and videography lineup, and I understand the seating policy should be in sync and makes sense to update it. But what do you do when the councilwoman or myself we're presenting something? We would normally be in the middle of the picture. So how do you handle exceptions like that?
That will be the exception. If you're presenting, you move over, your colleague moves to the left or the right, and you present.
Okay, sounds good. Okay.
I'd like to make a motion that we adopt and approve the mayor's recommendation to revise City Council Policy Number 1.02.03, attached as Exhibit Number 3, if desired.
Second.
Can I make a suggestion that you make a friendly amendment that of what Councilman Deere requested, so it's clear and
Yes.
there is no confusion about that?
That when they're presenting, they either move next to me on my left or right or wherever. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, that would make sense. I'll make a friendly amendment. I'm thinking there might be other exceptions if we're not all present. Obviously, you follow a logical pattern.
Yeah, the senior person that's there is the one that's in the center if I'm not there, or MPT. But you go by seniority, and you move accordingly.
Seniority?
Well,
Yes.
seniority. MPT, myself, MPT,
Me.
Councilman Hicks, Councilman Deere, Councilman Rojas, Councilwoman Rojas. That's seniority.
Okay, are you talking about photographs off-site by independent photographers?
I'm talking about if we're doing an event and we're being
Or just in the council chambers, or what do you
council
refer?
chambers, I'm talking about even if we go to outside, I've seen it at recent ribbon cuttings and things like that. It's the same, if it's a city sponsored, if our city photographer's there, put it like that. If our city photographer's there taking pictures, that should be the lineup. We're doing something off and your camera person there, your field rep is there, that's on you.
No, you just change it around, is what you're suggesting, if you have a different photographer?
If it's a city event, and, I should say our Chamber of Commerce event too, where we're doing ribbon cuttings and things like that, we should be standing accordingly to this SMP. So we go to ribbon cuttings, we go to various events. But if it's your private event and we happen to show up, we don't need to do anything.
Right. Okay, and we sometimes show up at different times. So maybe there's 4 of us there, and then the 5th person shows up. You want us to reconfigure where we stand? Is that what you had in mind?
Well, if I show up later, I want you to reconfigure. I'm not going to stand at the end. The Mayor Pro Tem is not going to stand at the end. Yes, I do. The Mayor Pro Tem will be there in my absence. He will be in the middle. If I'm there, I'm in the middle. Yes,
Is he done?
Councilman. Are you done?
Yes, I'm finished.
I think maybe this is just a clarification. Maybe Madam City Attorney, you can answer this. I thought it was I think it should be any time that we are representing the city of Carson as mayor and city council, we should follow this protocol, whether it's a city event or a private event. But if we were there as representing the city of Carson, I think that's what it should be. Again, I think this is more a question for Madam City Attorney.
You can absolutely make it that specific. I don't think as drafted it does that, but if you wanted to include that as a friendly amendment, that could be added. Should be easy enough to revise it for that.
I'd add one other thing. If a
Councilman.
particular, thank you, photographer were to ask us to stand in a certain position because there's many other people in the photograph other than us, we probably should listen to the photographer because they want a well-balanced photograph.
No.
No, I disagree. I'm in a lot of events where there's 50 photographers and they're all yelling. And I think it makes it easier if, as the mayor and the council, the elected officials, if we know what we need to do and we follow our own protocol, that would eliminate photographers to be yelling and telling people where to go.
Okay, Madam Mayor, I'm going to respectfully vote no on this only because I think it's looks like it may be creating a problem that doesn't exist and maybe addressing an issue that doesn't require a city action.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Who made the motion then?
I made the motion.
Seconded?
I thought Jim seconded.
I did too. So you were
You were drawing your second?
Yeah, if you second a motion by parliamentary procedure, you don't have to vote for it.
Okay, no problem.
It's not required.
Thanks for the second. Let's call for the vote.
Madam Mayor, the vote is 4-1. The motion carries.
Thank you. The next one is consider local uncontested appointments to the city commissions, committees, and boards. Are there any, does anyone want to make a appointment, removal?
Mine are still steady and consistent.
Okay.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I would just like to share as an update that we received notification of the removal of a commissioner for the Measure C and Measure K committee.
Mm-hmm.
And so that will be posted in the morning, and then
Okay.
the 10 days would begin in the morning.
And who were they?
For that, that was Gregory Owens.
Gregory Owens, okay.
Mhm. And then additionally, Rakeem Addison will be resigning from that commission as well, and he was alternate number 1, and your appointee, Madam Mayor, for that same committee. So we did receive that notification today from staff who oversees the Measure C and Measure K committee.
Okay. Yes, MPT.
I had asked about the planning commission. Kareem, has he submitted? He spoke with me and said that he was going to be submitting his resignation maybe about 3 or 4 weeks ago.
Okay. Yeah, when you brought this up the last time, I think I was saying that we don't always get the letter of resignation. So it could be with the planning department.
Okay.
But happy to look into that. And will. I can give you a report in the morning.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
But you could remove him yourself.
You can.
Well, you know.
But not if he's done it already. That would be.
Right. Well,
duplicative.
I want to remove him because he said he was resigning, so I don't want to be like, well, you know.
Okay.
So, you know, I'm not.
We can look into it.
He did. I mean, he did a great job. He just said he had, it's ran its course for him, but I want to be
Okay.
able to get someone else in there.
Okay.
So I don't know if it makes a difference if I remove him or if he resigns. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. Youth Commission, how we doing, staff, with my youth commissioners? Are they meeting and doing what they're supposed to be doing? Okay. Yes, through our city manager.
Madam Mayor, currently for our youth commission, we have the recreation staff, we have stepped in and we're assisting with the Youth Commission. We currently have some people that are on, or some members of the Youth Commission that are not responding the way that we would like them to. We do have a large number of them that are. I can provide a list to staff, to your field rep, in regards to those, and provide an additional recommendation for the few that we have that have not been responding as needed. We did it quite some time ago. Some of them are aging out of the commission because they're graduating. They'll be 18 and leaving us very, very soon. But I can provide you an updated list. We are making a lot more progress than we have had in the past.
Well, your recommendation is who you're going to replace them with. If they're my appointees, replace them. Bring some names in, because that's a important commission, and let my colleagues know if one of their appointees, they only had one, are not responding, because that's an important commission. And we're getting into our youth conference, and we don't want to run into what we've been running into the last 2 seasons. So if I have some appointees that have not been attending, all of my appointees came at your recommendation, staff.
I have a current update. I will provide that to you, as well as to Assistant City Manager Lennox tomorrow.
Okay, and then once we get them on board, I'd like them to come and make presentations to the city council. Get them accustomed to coming to the city council, doing their little presentation. If they come, I'll get them on early.
What I would like to do is, after our very first meeting, I'd like to come and present them to the actual city council.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, and our other commissioners, did we get business cards for all our commissions? Staff, have you checked to make sure all of the commission members have cards?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We process them as we receive them. If they request it, I couldn't tell you which ones have all of them and which doesn't. But if they've requested them, then we've processed it.
Well, staff needs to be requesting, because we want all of them to have the business cards. One or two may have complaints.
We'll look into it and see which ones actually have, and can give you a report on that.
Okay.
I'm not sure all of them.
And when we
top of my
discuss
head.
this item next time.
Sure, absolutely. We'll get you that report, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So there's no other appointees, so we will.
Madam Mayor, I do have one that I need to. Does he need to resign from the Relocation Appeals Board before I can move him over to the Public Relations Commission?
Thank you, Councilman Hicks. Yes, he can resign. He or she, whomever
Okay.
you're referring to, can resign, or you can remove them. And then we need to post the vacancy.
Okay, then I need to remove Byron Smith from the Relocation Appeals Board.
Can you say the name again?
Byron Smith,
And then you have an opening on which one?
Public Relations Commission.
He just can't appoint him tonight, Madam City Clerk?
No.
No?
No.
Oh, okay. Published, okay. Okay.
10 days, Councilman Hicks.
Okay.
So we will bring this item back at the next council meeting. Okay. And I think that completes our agenda almost, doesn't it?
Madam Mayor,
28.
Second reading.
27 and 28.
27 and 28. Yes.
well, I can't wait until the second reading. I was just going to report back that your charter says that the council meeting will be moved if it is on the same night as a municipal election. So since this is not a municipal election, the council can hold the meeting.
We can.
Can, C-A-N.
So we don't want to.
Or we can make it a light agenda.
I mean, give me a second.
Okay, let's go to item 27 while she's second reading of an ordinance. I'll let Robert Lennox read this one because the manager's second reading of an ordinance number 242401. You want me to read it?
Give me a moment, Madam Mayor.
We don't have to read all this, do we?
Do we?
Yeah, well.
Oh, what is it? Conduct a second reading by title only and with further reading? You want me to read that?
Yes,
Rhonda?
please.
Further reading, waive and adopt ordinance number 24-2401, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Carson, California, amending section 2955.1, budget transfers of chapter 9.5, fiscal administration of article 2, administration, the Carson Municipal Code, 2-1, remove the 25,000 limit on the city manager's authority to approve interdepartmental budget transfers except for personnel-related transfers. 2, authorize the department directors to approve interdepartment budget transfers within their respective departments except for personnel-related transfers and subject to restriction as may be deemed necessary by the city manager. And 3, require monthly reports to city council of all city manager or department director approved interdepartmental budget transfers.
Second the motion.
Been moved and properly second. Any conversation on the motion? Hearing none, cast your vote.
Madam Mayor, the vote is unanimous. The motion carries.
Item number 28 is take the following actions. We don't need to read all this. Move to staff recommendation.
Second.
You have to move to waive further reading of the title and.
No, this is a public hearing.
Oh, this is? Oh, it sure is. Open the public hearing. Madam City Clerk, was it properly posted?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, the notice of public hearing has been given pursuant to applicable law, including but not limited to the agenda being posted. The requirements were met for the individuals and the organization. The posting affidavits are on file in my office, and we did not receive any written communication for this item.
Okay, are there any public comments in the audience? Anyone want to speak on this? The public hearing is open. Conversation by my colleagues. Public hearing is closed. Consider comments.
I'll move staff. Oh, I'm seeing. I'll make a motion that we.
I close it.
Yeah, you closed it. So
Yes, I closed the public hearing.
Second reading by title only, with full reading waived, and adopt ordinance number 24-2402 entitled "An Ordinance of the City of Carson City Council amending the City of Carson Municipal Code by modifying Article 3, adopting by reference the 2023 Los Angeles County Fire Code, Title 32, and Article 8, adopting by reference the 2023 Los Angeles County Building Code, Title 26, Electrical Code, Title 27, Plumbing Code, Title 28, Mechanical Code, Title 29, Residential Code, Title 30, Existing Building Code, Title 33, with certain amendments, additions, and deletions thereto.
Second.
It's moved and properly second. Please cast your vote.
Madam Mayor, it's unanimous. The motion carries.
Thank you. We have memorial adjournments, Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. These are the names that I received. Sifo Saina, Gloria Alfreda Young Hughes, Francis M. Witherspoon, Joey Jimeno, Irvin Jefferson.
I have two, Madam Mayor. The first one is Charlotte Janelle Carter, which is one of our, I believe she's one of our commissioners, Lloyd Carter Muhammad's mom.
Was that her mother?
Yeah, that was her mother. And she passed on yesterday. And also Clara Bonner, a longtime resident of Centerview. She passed as well last week.
Miss Bonner?
Clara Bonner.
Okay, on the mother of Lori, that's our commissioner, so make sure we get all the information and floral arrangements, a letter and a certificate.
Yes, Madam Mayor. We were notified about Lori's mother earlier, so we started that one, but then Ms. Bonner will also follow up as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, MPT.
Yes, let's bow our heads. Father, you've heard every family member represented tonight. We pray that you would give them strength, you would give them hope and courage, and we pray that you would bless us as a city. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Council members' request to add agenda items. All communications, council members. Councilman Deere?
I just want to say good night to everyone, and I'm glad that we had a meeting that was efficient and moved quickly and had good reports, and I think the public appreciates that.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I would like to address your council meeting if
Yes,
you
please.
Sure. So what you can do is adjourn this meeting to Wednesday, and your staff can then publish a notice of cancellation of Tuesday's meeting. What I was struggling with was I didn't want to add it as a subsequent need item because it really was not a subsequent need item, just because it was forgotten to be added. But I think you'll accomplish that by just adjourning this regular meeting to continue it, adjourn it to Wednesday, and then the Tuesday meeting staff will go ahead and do a notice of cancellation of it.
So that's Wednesday the 6th. It's at 5.
Fifth, sixth.
The 6th. We're not going to meet on Tuesday.
Right.
That's a
Wednesday the 6th, March 6th is
Where am I gonna
and then Tuesday the 5th is primary election.
I think we need to check our calendar, see if I have
Make sure you're available on the 6th.
Good idea.
filled it up with something. Just a second. Well, you guys can do all communications while I get my phone.
Yeah, or we could just
Madam,
very small agenda on that Tuesday. Just come, get in, get out.
you're lobbying for a small agenda?
If you don't add any
we don't-
presentations, you'd be out of here by 7:30. 7.
So Mayor Pro Tem, could I have the floor?
Yes.
Okay, to the city
Councilman.
attorney, there is another way to do it. You could have the meeting on Tuesday, but have no quorum, and the mayor could simply, adjourn the meeting till the next night. That would be legally
That
allowed.
could be it too, but it would require
Simpler
staff
way.
to come set up, and I mean, we accomplish the same thing
Okay.
with both approaches.
All right.
I'm trying to avoid having staff come here and set up, open the meeting, and then adjourn it again.
Okay, if I can make a little joke, just a joke, so don't be offended.
Okay.
When it said council members request to add items to the agenda, was that a Freudian slip when you started speaking?
That's wonderful.
Just kidding.
Councilwoman, do you have anything you want to add to the agenda tonight? I mean,
To
or
the agenda.
whatever, something you want to say? Good on the 6th?
Good on the 6th.
Okay.
Good.
I
Yeah,
do want
we
to.
have-
She's good. I do want to say the Boy Scouts reached out and they're looking to recruit in Carson. So if anybody wants to be with the Boy Scouts, let us know. Also, looking forward to an incredible partnership with Pepperdine University. They would like to come to our community and tutor our kids during the summer.
Oh, good.
So we'll be meeting with Dr. Kendrick, who chairs this program, Dr. Kendrick Robinson, along with Mike Whitaker, to see how we can make sure that our children are ahead when they go back to school this year, opposed to being behind. And Pepperdine is fully funding the thing, and he would love Carson to be one of his pit stops because he's a resident here in Carson. His name is Dr. Kendrick Robinson.
Thank you. Councilwoman.
We have a birthday.
Oh, that's
right.
It's happy
Councilman-
birthday,
Councilman Hicks.
Councilmember Hicks.
Everybody give it up for Luther tonight.
Yes.
Hey.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, Cedric.
And also, we have a happy anniversary to Madam City Attorney.
Oh,
Happy. Thank you. Everyone spoke with me?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Oh, look at you. She look like she's ready to go home. First of all, the Roseville Parks holiday is March 8th, and City Hall will be closed, but we were one of the first cities to start recognizing that as a holiday, and I'm looking forward. The chatter that I'm hearing is other cities are going to be jumping on board, so as usual, we're always in the forefront. Our State of the City address is the 21st from 11 to 2 a.m. at the Carson Event Center. We're going to do well. We're going to have about 600 to 800 people at this event, and I'm encouraging my colleagues to be there and all the city staff to be at this event.
So, Madam Mayor, I just want to be sure it's a night party because you said 11 to 2.
11
to 2 p.m.
11 a.m. to
No,
2
you said
p.m.
11. You said 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. So I just wanted to know if it was a night
Well,
state
you
of the
never
city.
can tell what your mayor gonna do. Okay, she may have a 2 a.m. party.
That's what I
State
thought
of
you
the
might have
City.
had a state of the city party, a sneaker
It's
ball or
11
something like that.
a.m. to 2 p.m. 11 a.m. to 2 lunch, and we're inviting all of our Carson residents. If you need tickets, call the office. We've made tickets available for our residents. As you know, this mayor likes the residents here because the State of the City is for our residents, and we'll have the business community there also. But I like to look out and see our residents because they're the ones that need to know what's going on in this great city and what we're doing. So 11 a.m. to 2, all the management team. Oh, be quiet. He just having a birthday nervous breakdown here. Yes, contact my field reps, your field reps, if you'd like a ticket. We'll make those available to you. And then on the 23rd, from 9 a.m. to 2, I'm having a home ownership fair at the community center. We will be discussing how you can purchase a home and how you can get the additional funding. There's how much is it? $200,000 that's available for people that's interested in getting a home and showing you how to qualify. And we're doing that in partnership with FACE LA and the Carson Citizens Cultural Arts Foundation. We're expecting a couple of hundred people at that event at the community center. It's 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Cesar Chavez is March 23rd, 6 to 9 at the Carson Event Center. And we just gave kudos to our public works director because all these upgrades, pavements will start in March. And then I want to announce that Congresswoman Annette Barragan will be giving me a special recognition. What day is that, Maisha? The 24th, at what time and where? On the 24th, and I want to thank our Congresswoman for that. That's why she didn't come to these. She wanted to do her own recognition, and so I'm honored to be the recipient of our Congresswoman's award for Black History Month. And
another announcement that you cannot let it go by.
What?
This coming Friday at the Carson Community Center, Black History Month celebration here at the Carson Event Center starts at 6:30. Looking forward to you being out there at the event.
Yes, and okay. Be there. It's going to be a great event. It's always done in partnership with the Carson Citizens Cultural Arts Foundation. I just want to give a shout out to Diane because she works and the committee works so diligently and around the clock on these events with staff. Matter of fact, they think she's staff because sometimes where's Diane? And when she had to leave. But this event the Black History Program is going to be great. And now, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to add to some of the context for Black History, we do have, I think Councilman Hicks for Mencken mentioned for this Friday. That's going to be an excellent event. But one of the aspects that I just kind of wanted to bring forth into the forefront is regarding Black History Month, but in particular, the Pan-Hellenic Council, which is what created, known as the Divine Nine, of black fraternities and sororities. And they were created in the 19th century due to social Greek organizations known as sororities and fraternities, began forming on college campuses across the United States to provide a sense of community and unique opportunities for students. These organizations were often highly exclusive and barred membership to students of certain genders or races, specifically black students. So the Divine Nine was started in the 20th century. A small number of black students came together from mainly historical black colleges and universities, known as HBCUs, to form their own sororities and fraternities, and these organizations are known collectively as National Pan-Hellenic Council, or as I stated, the Divine Nine. So just to read the Divine Nine, so those that may not be aware, the first fraternity that was established December 4th on an ice cold Tuesday of 1906, Cornell University, Ithaca, New York, Alpha Phi Alpha fraternity. Your city manager, City of Carson, David Roberts, along with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Thurgood Marshall, Jesse Owens, Dr. Carnell West, Hill Harper, Garrett Morgan, that invented the traffic lights that Dr. Rogers gets to work on. And but moving forward, there was an Alpha Kappa sorority that they were founded in January 15, 1908. Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority.
Pretty girls wear 20
system.
pearls. It's called Alpha Kappa Alpha.
Alpha Kappa Alpha. 1908, Howard University. Coretta Scott King, our own Madam Vice President Kamala Harris, Rosa Parks, to name a few. And in particular, next comes up the Kappa Alpha Psi fraternity, founded January 5th, 1911, Indiana University, our very own City of Carson, Mayor Pro Tem Mr. Juwan Hilton, along with Mayor Tom Bradley of Los Angeles, Reverend Dr. Ralph Abernathy, others to be included. Then there was Omega Psi Phi fraternity, founded November 17th, 1911, Howard University. Delta Sigma Theta sorority, founded January 13th, 1913, Howard University. Our very own City of Carson, Madam Mayor Lula Davis Holmes. Also, other notables, Lena Horne, Natalie Cole, Aretha Franklin, Pastor Shirley Caesar. Phi Beta Sigma fraternity, founded January 9th, 1914, Howard University. We have our own Senator Stephen Bradford, Reverend Al Sharpton, U.S. Representative John Lewis, and others. Zeta Phi Beta sorority, founded January 16th, 1920, Howard University. Sarah Vaughn, Shaka Khan, Dionne Warwick, Minnie Ripperton, and others. Then you have Sigma Gamma Rho sorority, founded November 12th, 1922, Butler University. U.S. Congresswoman Robin Kelly, Kelly Price, singer, Vanessa Bell Armstrong, also singer, and others. And then finally, making up the Divine Nine is Iota Phi Theta fraternity, founded September 19th, 1963, Morgan State University. I bring this up because out of the Divine Nine, you have three individuals, but particularly two on your council that are part of the Divine Nine, which is a rarity. But I will also make mention, if I may, Madam Mayor, you being the first elected black female mayor for the City of Carson, being part of your sorority, it is truly history, along with our Mayor Pro Tem to sit in this position for during Black History times and others. I just will make mention, it's not part of the City of Carson, but our very own, my fraternity brother, Mr. Rex Richardson, Mayor of Long Beach, part of also one of the greatest fraternities ever to be established. And so, but with that being said, Madam Mayor, I just wanted to conclude that brief history report.
I don't know about the day being ice cold, but they have their thing. You know, they did want to recruit our founders, but we thought you guys were too rambunctious. So we went on and did our thing. But we appreciate your presentation for the D9 tonight.
Well done.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Continue to adjourn it, whichever one you like, to March 6th.
Till Wednesday.
5 o'clock, here in council chambers. And to all, a good night. Hey.